Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Very warm welcome to edition number 9. This is the final day. There are 22 players remaining. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from. What's set to be an action-packed day of poker. I am Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit, your broadcaster for the duration of this event, back in the boot. Hope you're all out there enjoying a few rays. Small blind is 50k getting the action started. Big blind is 100k with 100k running big blind. And the Thomas getting things kicked off with the ladies is going to min raise, getting a defend from Pavl. Pavl only has 6 big blinds behind, but he is facing an under the gun +1 open from early position. So Pavl just going to defend. 943 is the flop. And with 350 in the pot here, Thomas could just check. If he's not going to check, he wants to bet something around 1 big blind. It's for about a 150, and now Pavl, although he could have the best hand, he only has 6 bigs, so it is a quarter of his remaining stack to call. Just deciding whether he could see a turn. Does have some turn cards that are working for him. Decides the price isn't right. Decides to let it go. Let's see who we've got here. We've got Yannick as your chip leader, 57 bigs. Lucas in second place with 55 big blinds. Thomas with 52. OG Pajika with 38. Peter Kubenka with 34. Alexander Robel with 17. Thomas with 16. And Pavl with 8 big blinds is your shortest stack at this feature. 250,000 was the guarantee for this one. Close to 50 G's for the winner, including a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place at the resort later on this year. Is €38,200 cash monies for the winner. Average stack is around 4 million at the moment. We will have the field graphics soon. As I was saying, welcome wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Peter with the ace queen min raising off 34 bigs to start the hand. Alexander in the hijack, pocket fours. I think this one just wants to go in the muck. Occasionally we might try and flop a set. Them looks like raising chips he's got in his hand. Alex 3-betting to 650. The action getting folded around. Interesting to see what Peter does here with his ace queen. This looks incredibly strong here from Alexander with pocket fours, 3-betting to 650, leaving himself with just 10 big blinds behind. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Peter get rid of his ace queen here. And he does get the ultimate credit there. Fours going into the muck. That was a big fold from the ace queen. We see Yannick now faced with the open from Peter. Peter with pocket tens. Again, we most likely going to see a 3-bet here, this time from the ace queen in the hijack. Don't try that last hand at home, by the way. Pocket fours. Risky business off that stack depth. Yannick 3-betting to 550. So Peter is just going to call. Flop is king 3 deuce rainbow. This king high flop is going to favor the 3-betting range of Yannick, and he is going to go for a small c-bet. Wants to bet about 400 here, 350. Plus for 325. I like this sizing from Yannick as a c-bet. Still has hands like king queen, ace king, king jack, king 10 suited in his range, although we blocked the king 10 suited. We're having 2 10s in our hand, but you get my point. Peter is going to call 2 million in this pot now as we see the turn. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Turn goes check, check. River is the queen of diamonds, and Yannick loving that river. Peter might put out a tiny little tickler here, blocker-ish type sizing. Could occasionally get called by a hand like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Ambitious, perhaps. His 2 overcards to our 10s now. Perhaps check, fold is the best course of action. We'll just check back. Happy to take it down. I think 6.8 million now. Faint B in the house says, I think I would have rejammed 10s, not sure. Yeah, you could just shove pre off the 30 bigs or so, but for that small 3-bet sizing, I think it's fine to just call and see a flop, even if we are out of position. Nice to have you with us. Jonas has a question. What was the buy-in? Are the tickets added value from Kings? This is a €230 buy-in, generating a prize pool of €250,000. 38,000 and change for the winner, and a 10k ticket up for grabs for the top 4 finishers for the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place at the King's Resort in Rozvadov later on this year. Alex raising to 225, ace 6 of hearts. Pavl, this is his moment. Five big blinds behind. We will have the field graphic and the average. There you go. Speak of the devil and the devil will appear. There are not 24 players remaining though. We started the day with 22. I am shocked to see pocket nines go in the muck there. Was not expecting to see that. Thomas all in from the small. That was a golden opportunity to get the last year biscuits over the line there with the pocket nines. Thomas picking up kings. Okay, it looks genius from the pocket nines, but we don't think in hindsight here. You've got 5 bigs. Yes, you're facing an open from early position, but that is your moment to get the rest of your money in. Faint B said pocket nines is genius, bro. Live read. Yeah, we started back today with 22, so I assure you there are less than 23 players remaining. We do have the payouts thanks to Apocalypse. What's up, Apocalypse? How are things? Nice to have you with us. €1,255 is the current payout. Yannick taking down the blinds and antes. You're going to see a lot of that raise and take it in a tournament like this. 1,303 entries, €230 buy-in, but the queen will rise to the top and the better player is going to be able to accumulate massive stacks. And the recreationals going to be a bit phased by the whole situation. Need to just not forget about their rejams in the right spots, etc. Those blinds and antes coming around fast. How are you keeping, Apocalypse? Any news for me? And now Pavl deciding to go all in with Jack 7 offsuit for 5 big blinds, which just makes no sense whatsoever that he wants to go all in now and didn't decide to gamble with his pocket nines. I am shocked to see this. Alexander is going to be calling this for 420 more. So here we have our first flip. Jack 7 against the 4s. Good flop for the Jack 7. Plenty of outs now to defeat the pocket 4s of Alexander. As we hit the turn, turn is the Jack, the Jeffrey of hearts, rolling off. 3 of clubs completes the board. Faint B says, some people are sometimes tired and extremely nervous. The mind can't think properly. Yeah, good point, Faint B. A lot of recreationals. You got to remember, they've been playing for days on end. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. The lights, camera, action can really get to people sometimes. OG raising to 270 in the cutoff with a very speculative Jack Deuce of clubs. Now, we've seen Peter in the mix with 10s and ace queen already. With 21 bigs, facing a cutoff open, I think he just wants to rejam this one. Tens going for the 3-bet, taking it down. $270 is the raise from OG with ace king of clubs. Pavl with a rejammable ace-10 off suit. Especially against the hijack open. Sub-10 bigs. We just want to be rejamming this one. He will just take down the blinds and antes with his ace-king. Yannick with the min on the button, queen jack off suit. Lucas with the 5-4 will call in the big blind. Jack 7-6 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Open ender for Lucas. Top pair for Yannick. We've got action. Granted, he has the arse end of it. On the turn, it is the 10 of diamonds, a million in the pot now after the flop goes bet and call. Yannick betting 400k. Lucas not liking his hand much anymore. This is the problem with these bottom ends of the straight draw. Oftentimes you're faced with a very bad turn card to continue, and even though we have the 5 of diamonds, he's just going to let it go. OG raising to 270 with 5-6 suited. Lines have just gone up to 60, 120, 120. Pocket says, big week back with cricket events, county game on yesterday, and lots of fun. Buzzing like a bumblebee, it seems like. Apocalypse, good to hear. Pulled around to the small blind for Thomas. 40 bigs, ace-10 off suit. So there is a page on Blooming, folks, from 21st to 20th from €1,255 to €1,475. Look at those beautiful graphics in the background. The blue. I love that midnight blue. King's production team going above and beyond. Week in, week out for our viewing pleasure. Pavl says, yeah, it was good. Had a fun time and enjoyed seeing so many people still making sure to do enough of your coursework. Man yourself. Lucas in the cutoff here with King 5 of hearts. Lets it go. Could have opened up that one. Nice combo to do with, even if we only have a 5 kicker when we are this deep. Pavl says, did I see the Usyk fight? Yeah, I can't believe I'm only mentioning that now. What an amazing boxing match that was. I've always loved the Gypsy King. I can't lie. What a character, what a man. But Usyk really did put on a great performance. I still think Tyson won the fight. If anything, you could call it a draw. Draw seemed like the fairest result, all things considered. But Usyk finally dethroned the Gypsy King. Base 6 for Thomas on the button. 6 king, 5 all spades is the flop. Thomas bets 190. We'll take it down. Yannick with the min from under the gun with ace-10 off suit. Yannick with the min around to Thomas in the cutoff. Has a playable Jack 9 suited. From an early position open, will just let it go. Don't try this at home. Alexander deciding to rejam with Jack 6 suited from the big blind. Crazy rejam from the big blind with Jack 6 suited. Getting called here by Ace 10. 21 players remaining. It is Alexander, a player at risk. Picking the wrong hand, the wrong time, and the wrong stack to rejam into. Has chunks. Ten, 4, 3, 2 hearts. It's the flop. Top pair for Yannick. Flush draw for Alex. And Alex gets there on the turn. The 8 of hearts. Sit back down. Yikes. Yannick forced to pay the man. Still playing 6.3 million. And for Alex now, close to 20 big blinds. Apocalypse says he thought Usyk won easily and could have had a knockout. I think the fight could have been stopped in the ninth, to be honest, so I do understand where you're coming from there. If you really watch the fight, though, there's a lot of these rounds that I feel like Fury just nicked closely. Usyk done more damage after he broke Tyson's nose. It didn't feel like a fair contest. Well, it was a fair contest, but Usyk impaired Fury's vision. But I feel like he had won a lot of rounds up to that point. Look, I wouldn't be crying about it. It was a close fight. Tyson Fury had to lose sooner or later. He had a few controversial decisions over the years, that's for sure. Bozy says, anyone been to Kings recently? I'm going for the first time in 2 weeks. Love to hear about the menu options. As a vegetarian, I'm hoping on some decent options. Yeah, you'll get some pretty decent options in the buffet. Also, there is a menu available while you're at the table. I'm sure they will be able to cater for your needs. And I hope you enjoy your trip. So still 21 players remaining. Peter in the cutoff with Jack 10 off suit, 18 bigs. Bozy says, brilliant, thanks commentator for the reply. You are very welcome. 250 is the raise from Peter. Deuces for Alexander with 18 bigs on the button. Could elect to rejam this one, even though it is the babiest of pairs. Deuces goes into the muck. Close there. I think we definitely want to be ripping 5s plus for sure. The deuces, 3s, and 4s are all player dependent, depending on how active our opponent has been in the later positions and how much chips they have, etc. Thomas raising to 240 under the gun, even if his Jack 10 isn't suited. Going to find the open. Pavl going to be shoving this one. Ace queen off suit. With the pay jump, he's just going to take his time. Does leave himself with 85k behind. Thomas is going to click it back at Yannick just to get heads up against Pavl. He offers me protection. Pavl getting protected here. Plays ace queen. And no, I do not like Robbie Williams. I actually particularly dislike him. Pavl entitled to take his time. About a buy-in in the difference between 21st and 20th place. Does eventually go all in and call. Here we go, Jack 8 deuce. Good start for Thomas, not so much for Pavl. Pavl needing one of the 6 remaining outs of the deck. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Doesn't arrive. There is the 5 of diamonds. Pavl has been eliminated. Here with Jack 10 of hearts, it's going to raise to 250. So we have lost another player. 20 players remaining now. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,475. Queen Jack 9 is the flop. Thomas defending with King Deuce of Spades. Open ender and a pair for Peter. Peter picking up a pair. Peter betting 160. Thomas with a good shot, straight draw, backdoor, spade draw. Might want to see a turn for this price. That's another option from the big blind here. Going to rep a very strong hand, raising to 620. Now, the reason I don't particularly like this raise is that this board favors our opening range from under the gun +1. Peter wants to play for it all. Those go over the top. Yannick raising from the cutoff, King 7 offsuit. Thomas is going to defend in the big blind with Queen 10. Flop is 8-4 deuce rainbow. Thomas bets 250 as a lead. And that's going to be good enough to take this one down. Anytime we can get our opponent to fold a better hand, I'm all for it. Gets the King 7 out of there. Takes that one down with a lead. Repping an 8-4 or a deuce. Something to that effect. Thomas with 50 bigs is your chip leader at this feature. Yannick with 46. Lucas with 38. Peter with 30. Alex with 19 and Thomas with 15. We're just going to wait and get another player. Player coming into C2 is Thomas from Lithuania. Thomas Plegavicius. Excellent pronunciation as per usual. So we have Germany, Lithuania, Turkey and the Czech Republic all being represented at this feature. Apocalypse says a disclaimer, we have an Irish commentator, so any wrong pronunciations of names shall be excused. Thanks for giving me a pass, mate. I'm just going to raise and take it with the ace-9. Thomas raising in the hijack with 8-7 of spades, and Thomas, we're going to have to call the hijack here, Frederic, because we've got two Thomases. Ace King is just going to call. Would way prefer to see a rip from this stack depth, especially facing a hijack open when we were in the cutoff, sub 15 bigs to start the hand. Ace King is just not a trapping hand here. Poppers of pairs for the Ace King. Second pair for Frederic. Just call him Fed. This one's just going to go check, check. Turn is the Jack of Diamonds. Thomas Ben 175 here with top pair, top kicker. 175 was the bet on the turn. Thomas calling. 1.1 million in the pot now. Thomas checking the river on the deuce of clubs, pairing the board. $225 is the bet. Thomas going to call for that sizing. We'll get the bad news. Fed could beat some draws there. Some diamond draws, backdoor diamond draws, some straight draws. Maybe the odd random bluff. He couldn't beat ace king. Fed is going to raise to 240 here. Take it down. Bit of a wide open, but at this table we've seen a lot of passivity. That's the play. So goes for the open, takes it down, adds the blinds and antes to his stack. Thomas raised to 250 with ace king of diamonds. His turn to take down the blinds and antes. So as I said, you're going to see a lot of raise and takes. Another player taking down the blinds and antes. Yannick in the hijack with pocket tens, min raising. Almost 3 betting the 7-10 with King Jack off 2. Nice combo to do this with. Action going to be back on Yannick. 470 for him to call. 41 big blinds behind for Thomas. I think Yannick just wants to call here the majority of the time. Folding out of the question. Ripping just seems like a lot. Don't really want to be 4-bet folding. So I think the only option then just becomes to call. Ace King 5 is the flop. Thomas out flopping the pocket tens of Yannick. And we're 1.7 million in the pot now. 6 of hearts hitting the turn. Yannick going into check call mode on the flop. This is a board that Fed would be continuing on, whether he had a piece of it or not. So I like the call from the pocket tens. Now we just don't know where we're at. And Thomas is going to bet 675. I like this kind of sizing. You're going to bet here a second time, can still get called by a straight draw or a flush draw. Even putting some ace-x in a tough spot. And I presume he is betting that kind of an amount on the turn to check back on the river. Yannick with the ace has been raising. Are we seeing Alex in the big already rejam a hand like Jack 6 of hearts for 10 bigs? What's he thinking here? With ace 9 with 14 big blinds. It is an open. With a 3-bet to 600k this time. Couldn't have picked a worse time to do this. I would have expected to see him just go to the flop for 120k or so more. Instead, 3-betting 600, leaving himself with 10 big blinds behind. Yannick gonna 4-bet rip, considering Alex looking so strong just with 10 big blinds behind. And Alex is going to make it look like he's got a big decision. Wow! Alex deciding to put it all in. This is a guy who's came here to gamble today, folks. Couldn't have picked worse timing to stack off. Looks like he has a flight to catch. Calling it off. 3-bet calling it off against Yannick. 3.7 million in the pot. Yannick with the aces. 95% equity, and that is going to do it. Ace, ace. Ace and deuce 4. Seals the deal. ECW King in the chat says, a good day, Dan and chat. What's up, buddy? How are you, man? 19 players remaining now. We've had one more elimination occur at an outer table. Or sorry, was that our table? Feature. Current payout is €1,475. Looks like we are five-handed here for just a moment. We are going to get another player. 3 eliminations away from the redraw. When there are 16 players remaining, we will go on a break and come back with 2 tables of 8. And from there, we will play down to a final table. If you're just tuning in, it's the ZTO edition number 9. It's the final day. Coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Says, oh, Dan, guess who's going to Wimbledon this year? Roger Federer. I know. I didn't know you were a tennis fan as well. I'm a bit behind on the tennis in terms of players' names and stuff, but I used to absolutely love tennis. Medals for it when I was younger. Haven't played it in many years. Actually did have a racket in my hand yesterday hitting against the wall, but I guess that doesn't count, does it, Apocalypse? Lucas raises the 250 under the gun. Ace King off suit. ECW says, you're wearing a fancy headband as well when you squash. Well, no. I have an Under Armour black hat, cap, and I've got no hair, so I've less sweat to worry about. I'm more like an Andre Agassi type of a character. Maybe a bit of a John McEnroe. You cannot be serious. As Lucas bets 175. And fed. Turn is the ace of diamonds, and that is a juicy turn card. 2 pair for fed. Lucas going to bet 445. So Thomas is just deciding what to do here. He's just going to call. This pot now over 2 million as we hit the river. River is the deuce of diamonds. That looks pretty safe for Lucas. Extremely unlikely either player has a 4 in their hand for a straight. It looks like Lucas is just going to go into check call mode now. If he's going into check call mode, I'm betting big. I want to get paid by a hand like ace jack, ace 10, ace king. I'm going to go for about 1.4 million here. Definitely wants to size up here, not size down. Pretty sick spot. Lucas wastes no time in paying off. If you feel like your opponent is just going to pay, then why not bet bigger? No reason to bet anything less than about 60% pot there. Pocket says mainly prefer the ladies' events, far more competitive and to be honest, a better standard. Men is just Djokovic and boring. And ECW makes a very good point there. If you're going to snap any bet, why not block bet? I think you're trying to induce a bluff from your opponent in that exact scenario. Otherwise, we just bet ourselves. Walker says I've got Tuesday the 9th to Saturday 13th July booked, including the ladies' final. Oh, he likes the ladies. The Mamacitas. ECW says where you're seeing pain being dealt. Well, that is poker in a nutshell. You're on the receiving end of it, of course. Thomas is going to rejam with the 10s. And he'll get out of the way. Deciding to limp there with a6 offsuit, I think he could just raise fold. Those a6, a7, a8 offsuit combinations just do not play too well. Prefer to have something suited and juicy if we're going to limp the button. ECW says not a lot missed on that board. Can't think of a lot of bluffs with call 2 barrels, but I guess. But if you want a blocker bet, I don't think you want a blocker bet in that spot, ECW, because we have too good of a hand. Like, we've got top pair, top kicker. So, although I'm a big advocate for the block bet and we see it all the time, I don't think that's the most ideal spot for it, considering we want our opponent to bet a large size and we just call it off. And if we're beat, we're beat. I could get behind a blocker bet, but we just have such a strong hand. Thomas with 73 bigs, Yannick with 53, Peter with 25, Lucas with 23, Thomas with 22, and looks like we have 2 Thomases. 3 Thomas. 1 Thomas, 2 Thomas, 3 Thomas. Thomas taking that one down with the ace-8. Points are now 80, 160, 160. Thomas with the min on the button with ace-8 offsuit. Peter is going to call in the big blind with 10-8 of spades. Doesn't want to see an 8. It's 5-5-3-2 spades. Flush draw for Peter. Thomas still with the best hand. Peter betting 350. Phone check. This flop is going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the button. So bet of 350 will get called. Whoever is the jack of spades. Peter now with the floosh. Peter wants to bet something around 600, 700, maybe even 800k. Goes for 800. Thomas can't call this one. Just with ace high. Too many hands that beat him. Has an 8 in his hand as well, which is a card that we would want Peter to have as a bluff. Rules out some straight draws or flush draws. The flushes come in on the river. Don't like this as a call for the button here. Just way better hands to call with. Just call it off. Not the biggest fan of that call. $18 players remaining now. As ECW King says, we all want that one hero on the stream. I'd say we get more than one ECW. We got to have those capes at the ready. $225 is the difference between 18th and 17th place. ECW says probably not the best spot now. Your chips are worth monies. Oh yeah. They're worth some real monies, all right. Do it in your 1-2 game. We've got action here. Lucas raising to 320. Thomas calling on the button. The other Thomas here in the cutoff, 16 bigs. Golden opportunity to rejam. Having said that, Lucas is the under the gun open and he has got sub 20 bigs to start the hand. So it will look like a very strong open. However, I just feel like pocket nines is going to be too strong in this exact situation to not just jam or essentially commit yourself. ECW asked me, am I following anyone on the Triton series? No, not really. Alex Kulev is some beast. I believe he lives in Ireland. He was living in Ireland for a long time. I always like to see him doing good. I've been watching non-stop scoops. All the usual suspects. Vincent Hand playing very well. Connor playing well. Lex Veldhouse, of course. I haven't been following the live this week, no. While the scoops are on, I've just been watching all the streams. When I can. Nines will take that one down with a 3-bet. Feel like we should just jam if we're going to put in almost $1 million of our stack, but he did commit himself, surely. Somebody says, I missed the scoops and more coops. PS still banned in your country. I'm sure you have other sites you can play on. Peter taking down the blinds and antes with the Queen 8 of Hearts. Yannick Min raising with Ace Queen in the hijack. Yannick with the min, 40 bigs to start the hand in the hijack. Thomas is going to come along for the ride in the big blind with 5-4 suited. Open ender for the 5-4. Yannick with top pair. So he's going to go bet and call. Turn is the jack of clubs. Thomas doesn't like his hand. If he didn't like it on the flop, I actually think we could just fold on the flop, honestly. Not much going on for us there. We are open-ended, but 2 spades on board. Perhaps calling one, actually, we can bluff some turns and rivers, etc. Yannick wants to just fire again, somewhere around 800k. That'll be the end of that. Yannick now playing 7.2 million. Thompson the hijack with 9 bigs with queen 10 off suit. Wants to be ripping this one. ECW says, boys playing it fast. I like it. Play like a king. And Sip says, LT, go, go. Go. Yannick getting a walk and he is not happy. Shows the aces. Boys, take it out of blinds and antes. Queen 9 offsuit. 18 players still remaining. 2 players away from the redraw. Yannick with 45 bigs is still your chip leader. 3 tables of 6 remain. Lucas in the cutoff here. Ace queen off suit. 14 bigs. Can raise call with this combo. Sometimes just want to be ripping it. Takes down the blinds and antes. Thomas raising to 320 in the hijack with ace-5 of spades. 15 pigs to start the hand. Lucas with pocket nines wants to be re-jamming this one for 15 big blinds. I don't like this sizing from Lucas. I would way prefer to just re-jam. Thomas should nearly be seeing a flop for that price. Mains will take it down. "17 players remaining now, and that means we are one elimination away from the redraw." Peter raising to 325 in the hijack here with ace-9 off suit. No pair, no draw, says Tiny. 3-bet and a fold. Wait, what? What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. Yeah, I feel like he should be seeing a flop there, especially in position. It just looks so strong from the big blind's perspective. Not going to call in the cutoff of Queen Jack of clubs. $989 is the flop, 2 clubs. We've got action. Peter betting 250 with his trips. Yannick, a lot of outs. Combo draw. Yannick betting or raising to 750. And both players relatively deep. However, the blinds have gone up a few hands ago. Could easily see all of this going in the middle. He is just going to call for now. Turn is the king of hearts. Yannick is going to check that one back. Won't like that river card. The 8 of hearts, giving a double pair board and a full house to Peter. I might check again here if I'm Peter. Try and juice a bluff from a missed straight draw, a missed flush draw, or maybe a king now tries to extract value. If we bet, of course, we will get paid by a king. But we stop our opponent from bluffing. And that is what we want him to do. Goes for a tiny blockerish type sizing, / value bet. Yannick will fold. I feel like that blocker bet is trying to induce a raise as a bluff. I prefer to just give my opponent rope there and check and see what he does. Unless we feel like he's going to call with a king, we can go for quite a large sizing. Perno Draw says bluff raise maybe, and Sergeant Psychotic in the house. What's up, buddy? Says wouldn't bluff raise with all them blockers. Yeah, he's got the blockers. You see, just going to say though, it doesn't really matter if you want your opponent. I was trying to give the perspective. We don't really know. It's easy when we can see the cards and we're sitting at home. The overall range, I think we might just want to check. Lucas raised to 325 with the deuces. Thomas calling on the button when they say the clubs. Ten eight three is the flop. Lucas's deuce is getting out flopped. Second pair for Thomas. Lucas is going to bet 345 here. Thomas just wants to be calling. We will see a turn. Turn is the 5 of spades. Lucas is going to bet 1 mil. Wasn't expecting to see a double barrel here out of position for a hefty chunk of his remaining stack. Thomas in a really tough spot here and does decide to let it go. That's understandable. That's a serious pickup for the deuces. Unfazed by that board. There's no pair, no draw. Says I'm not sure a king would have been likely there in his range. Yeah, to be honest, the more I thought about it there, king probably wasn't in the range. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't know what the blocker bet achieves there. Like, we want to block bet sometimes to induce a raise, but I don't think that that was the spot to do it on a double pair board. Almost with the ace queen raising to 320. Here is going to 3-bet 1.1. I think Thomas should be 4-bet ripping this one. It's a really nice hand to do it with. It's cut off against the small. Peter can easily be 3-bet folding off this stack depth. Thomas will eventually stuff it on him. Peter will be forced to let this go. It's a nice pickup for the ace queen. Ace king taking down the blinds and antes. We are going to have our first break in a couple of hands' time. A lot of ace king out today. ECW King says not defending 7-5 suited in the previous hand yet. It's too nice of a hand to not see a flop with, surely. Peter raising to 325. This will be the last hand before the break, folks. We're going on a nice, juicy, long break for the guts of a half an hour. Peter raising to 325 with the 10-9 suited and getting called from the big blind with ace-6 of diamonds. And look at that for a flop, 5-4 deuce. Thomas is ahead. He's got backdoor diamond, good shot, straight draw. And this flop is going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range of under the gun. I say under the gun. Remember, we are shorter handed now. Bit of 400k in a call. Thomas only has 10 big blinds behind. We're 1.6 million in this pot, close to 1.7. Stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. I wouldn't mind just donk jamming here in Thomas's spot. Yes, we will get called by overpairs, etc. But it's a nice way to get a better ace high to fold and stop ourselves from being bluffed. Now, we could get bet something like 500k that sets up a perceived river jam of 1.1. He does decide to let it go. Peter will take that one down just with 10 high, showing the power of position and aggression. We are going on our first break. I will see you all within a half an hour for lots more action. It's the ZTO main event. We'll be right back.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000k or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Clezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and Jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 level, 1 level.
2 levels.
2 levels. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realise, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asked, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Damsky just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the sixes.
9-9-4. Damsky needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Damsky to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next two spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings,
Just gonna be bang bang.
yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know,
You
yeah.
know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Queen 3, I should push the limb.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
Nothing. In river I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the...
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Таня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sarah saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Chance Corner in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing
I
in.
remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez
I
after
can
that one too.
imagine.
That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-bet it
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't like
you.
him.
You don't
Yeah,
like him too much.
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and
No,
queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10-jack.
I knew that was the
GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here
No more possible.
has
Only,
2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks,
So forgiving.
can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy is just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
Yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with ace queen. Only king, jack, heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of hearts, jack of hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio, obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think, is the ace-jack, ace-king of hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-to-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played. You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level as we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Pavl's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, it's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Pavl. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Pavl and Vela down to dust, Ali.
I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final day of the €230 ZTO Main Event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You can see in the top corner, right-hand corner of your screen, there are 16 players remaining, which means we now have 2 tables of 8. Martin is our chip leader here with 47 bigs, and then Dr. Blackjack with 43. Mikola with 37, Yannick with 31, OG with 31, Thomas with 31, Alexander with 22. And the other Thomas is now our clear short stack playing 8 big blinds. Small blind is now 100k, big blind is now 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. €1,700 is the current payout. Pay jump is looming to €1,925. Ace deuce 4 is the flop. Blackjack with the 8-4 betting 250. Thomas with a pair of 4s with a better kicker. Won't be getting too excited about it. We'll call. Turn is the ace of diamonds. $575 is the bet from Thomas here on the turn. Blackjack with the 8 of diamonds now for a flush draw is going to continue. Goes into check call mode. River is the 3 of hearts. And Doctor is checking. And I think Thomas just wants to check now. Betting the turn to check back the river seems like the best option on this board. And E5 now makes a straight. Just don't see much merits in betting. Yannick raising from the cutoff with King Queen off suit, and Doctor is going to 3-bet to 1.1 million on the button with A6 of hearts. I like this 3-bet from the A6 suited. Standard stuff from Yannick opening in the cutoff. Now, it's going to be tough for him to continue here. Yannick will let his hand go, and the A6 suited will scoop the booty. Red Misty in the house this afternoon, damn baby. What's up, Red Misty? Nice to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well. Yannick opening with King Queen of diamonds. Thomas is going to complete in the big blind with 4-3 off suit. Don't really like this peel from Thomas, considering he's only got 5 big blinds behind. Up is Queen 9, 6, 2 spades. Thomas with 8-3 in the small, and Mikole 9 deuce. Both players of the pair. And a stab from Thomas gets raised from the 9 deuce. And a quick fold. Alex raises to 400k under the gun with ace king off suit. 15 players remaining now. Pocket 6 is going to stack off here for 3 bigs on the button. So there will be a side pot. OG coming along for the ride with Queen 10 offsuit. The flop is 9-4-4, 2 spades. I expect 300k. Thomas will be way out in the lead here, 71%. Turn is the ace of hearts, and that is no good for the pocket sixes. Alex set to eliminate a player unless a 6 arrives on the river. It's the 5 of diamonds. We lose another player. That means 14 players remaining now, which means we will have 2 tables of 7. €1,925 is the current payout. Next payout is 2,150. $425 is the bet here from Thomas on Ace Jack 10 and OG with a pair and a straight draw on the call. Turn going check on the 8 of clubs. The river is the 4 of clubs. Hijack against the big blind. Yannick with A6 of diamonds. Iron ace 5 of spades. On about 300, repping that board. Takes it down. Yannick not even entertaining seeing a third card with backdoor diamonds working for him. Go with his ace high. All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? Anis as well says, Dan, how are you today? I'm not too bad. I just had a very large dinner on the break, which has stunted my broadcasting growth, if only for a short while. Just digesting over here, trying to keep up with the action. Can't say no to those Sunday roasts on a Monday. And OG will take that one down with 9-8 offsuit. Martin raised 400k. Ace King offsuit under the gun. Dr. Blackjack from the small. Gonna call with Ace Jack. And Thomas in the big blind with Ace Queen. We've got action, folks. Ace King, Ace Queen, and Ace Jack all in the mix. Thomas might elect to squeeze this one. We are seven-handed now. It's a good hand to do it with. If he's going to squeeze it up, wants to make it somewhere around 4x. Go for a sizing of about 1.7 mil. Goes for that sizing, 1.65 mil. Martin wasting no time in shoving over the top, and that's a dead giveaway in my opinion. That has to be monster hand. That's Jack's or Ace King all day. Already had made his mind up, knew exactly what he was doing. Thomas forced to let it go. The Ace King winning a nice pot, uncontested. Ace King, 3-betting from the button, taking it down. The Doctor min raising in the cutoff, Ace-5 of clubs, and Thomas on the button with Ace-10 offsuit. Thomas's turn to go for a 3-bet. 3-bets to 1.125 on the button. I like this 3-bet from Thomas. I like his choice of hand to do it with. And for Doctor, it's 725 to see a flop. These make for some really nice 4-bet ripping hands if the dynamic is there between the two, but I'm not sure it is. Such a nice hand to 4-bet rip if you know your opponent is capable of 3-betting willy-nilly against you on the button here, facing the cutoff open. And there it is. Needs to be careful with his sizing here. Make it a 2.8 million. So, how much more is that to Thomas? 1.675. Nice sizing there from the Doctor. I was going to say, does he want to just 4-bet rip? But decides to just click it back and an extra little bit of cheese on top. And Mikolai 3-betting with the jacks from the small blind, facing Martin's open Martin with a very loose open here with Jack 5 offsuit. Granted, we are only 4 eliminations away from the final table. No pair, no draw. Agrees with me, says Jack 5 offsuit seems a bit out of line at this point. Yeah, you would want it to be suited. Just plays so horrible post, but if you feel like you can get the blinds and antes through and add them to your stack, or get through the blinds and antes if they're on the tighter side. Comes with ace queen of spades and the hijack, flopping very well on the ace jack 3 2 spade flop. OG could have 3-bet pre or ripped against the hijack, just decides to call. This is totally fine, of course. And now on the turn, 4 clubs. He's going to go for a very small lead of 325 here. OG's just going to call. River pairs the board. It's the 4 of diamonds. Thomas is going for thin value. Well, it's not thin value, but a thin value bet. Trying to get paid for a thin range from the small here. A mid pair, maybe a weak jack. I am shocked to see OG pay that one off there with just queen high. Astonishing, really, on that board. It was a non-believer. Does pay the man. Martin, 54 bigs, is your chip leader. Doctor with 49 in second place. And Mikolai with 40. Thomas with 37. Yannick with 27. Alex with 26. And OG, after that call, is your shortest stack, but still playing an okay 15 big blinds. Alex betting 350 here with an open end or blind v blind with Jack deuce of hearts. 10 8 9 2 diamonds is the flop. Yannick with pair and an up and down. We'll call for 350. We'll see a turn. Turn is the ace of clubs. Alex betting 600k, and Yannick is going to call a second time. This pot nearly 3 million as we hit the river. It is the queen of diamonds now, both players with a straight. Alex going for very small sizing. And he will call and they will chop it up. Nikolai min raising queen 10 of hearts in the hijack. 10-7-3 is the flop, and Doctor with a good shot straight draw. Mikolai with top pair. Turn is the three of hearts pairing the board. Nearly 2 million in the pot now. $650 is the bet from Mikolai. That's going to do it. He will take it down. That's a very tight fold on the button. I don't like it with the king nine. Wants to be opening that one. Flop is queen jack 10, 2 diamonds. Flop goes flop, flop goes check, check. Both players with the toppest of pairs. Both players won't like their kickers. Well, it is blind v blind. Thomas just wants to call again. Let's call. Who repairs the board? Would be 10 value to go for a bet here. Might just check. The 10 might call us. So betting something small. That's very small. $2.25, and this one will go to Splitsville. Chop it up, gents. Ace is raising the 2.5x. We'll take it down. Thomas Minnan raising on the button with King 6 of spades, and Miko is going to call in the bigger pocket sevens, flopping a set on the Ace Jack 7 flop. Turn is going to go check, check. River is the 9 of diamonds. $1.1 million is the bet now. You go hoping to get paid by a jack or an ace. I'm set to go. Martin min raising on the button with ace 8 offsuit, and Miko going to call in the small queen jack offsuit. Both players very deep, starting the hand with 10 million, which is good for 50 bigs. 13 players still remaining. Seven, 10, 3 is the flop, 2 spades. Turn is the queen of spades. River is the jack of clubs. You go now with 2 pair. Top 2. It is a flushy straighty board. He takes down another pot with a bet. No pair, no draw, says flopping a set feels so good, but not quite as good when the other player has a complete airball. Yeah. Indeed. €2,150 is the current payout. 4 eliminations away from the final table. Thomas going for the open. OG going to stuff it all in. We've seen OG make a few runs as of late this year at the King's Resort. He's going for it again. Goes for the rejam with ace-8 suited. I like this rejam from OG. Could have elected to just call. Shows the ace of hearts. Takes it down. Is now playing 4.2 million. Nico Martin tied at the top. 44 bigs and 40 big blinds. Doctor with 33 bigs. Thomas with 25. Yannick with 18. And OG with 17 bigs is your shortest. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 125. Big blind is now 250 with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Martin taking that one down with the king 8. Thomas with the min raise on the button with 10-9 off suit. Martin is going to 3-bet in the small, and we've got action. Miko in the big with ace-king off suit, 42 bigs. 34 bigs behind, 22 bigs behind. I think it just plays best as a rip here with such a strong hand. So much money out there to pick up already. It's hard for us to 4-bet fold, so I think our best play is just to 4-bet rip. Thomas min raises in the cutoff, aces. OG wants to see a flop for a reduced price with 9-6 off suit. Flop is Jack 4. Thomas betting 350. That's going to be enough. I think OG just wants to release this. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screens, we have had another elimination. That means there are 12 players remaining now, which means we are only 3 eliminations away from the final table now, and we are playing 6-handed at both tables. Pay jump is looming from €2,150 to 2,375. Miko 3-betting to 1.35 mil with ace jack off suit. Doctor with a nice. We are 6-handed now. But I don't think ace-9 suited is going to be good enough to continue here for 850 more. That looks like a 4-bet. We've seen him do this earlier with the ace-5 suited, and he's going for it again, this time with ace-9 of hearts. That's an incredible 4-bet there, getting his opponent to fold ace-jack. No Draw says, I've never been a fan of ace-jack. Probably the hand that's cost me the most money over time. I guess I just played wrong. It is a tough one, the ace-jack. Ace-queen, not too far behind. Amount of times it busts with ace-queen into ace-king. But hey, no bad beats on this channel. 11 players remaining now, and that means the pay jump has been reached. That means all players are guaranteed €2,375. We are just 2 eliminations away from the final table as Yannick takes down the blinds and antes and has 625 to his stack. OG shoving, taking down the blinds from the hijack. Janet going for the min. Pocket fours in the hijack. 18 bigs. Needs to be careful with these small pairs. They don't play too good in these ICM situations off sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Thomas is going to call on the button with King Jack of Hearts, and that brings Martin in with a 9-8 off suit. Ten nine 10-7 is the board. That's what I was saying about these pocket fours. These small pairs, they don't play well. You're going to be out of position a lot of the time. Martin with an open ender here to go with his pair of nines. $650 is the bet for this sizing. Take my money. I want to see a river. Having said that, there are two spades on board. There is only one card to come. Martin checks. Thomas has to know he can't win here by checking, at least not often. Having said that, the flush did just come in. It is a pair board. You can get some ace high type holdings to fold. It's going to be tough to get a 9 to fold. Big decision here for Thomas. When we play our hand that way, we check the flop, bet turn, or call turn. It's very hard to tell a story here that we've got a 10 and That's why you're going to see a 9 call pretty comfortably there. Not really going to be against many overpairs. Yes, there are some flushes out there, but for the most part, the 9-8 just going to pick that one off. Wins a nice pot. Key Concurrent says, Dan, capital letters, what's up, Concurrent? Thomas shoving it all in. Gets the job done with Queen Jack off suit. Yeah, I just think it's hard when we construct our range that way. We've called pre in the previous hand I'm discussing. It's hard to get away with a bluff on a river when our opponent is the one that leads into a multi-way pot on the turn. Yannick is just going for it where you're going to have some action here because Doctor's got a monster on the 6-8-3-2 hard flop. 2 overcards, no flush draw. Yannick shoving for 3.3 million and Doctor has to call this. Here we go. 8 million trips for Yannick on the turn, but it ain't over yet. 8 outs for the Doctor as we hit the river. There is the deuce of spades. Yannick with a nice double up. Pretty sick miss for the Doctor there. Basically a coin flip on the flop. Can't get there. Pink chips are in play. A while now. He will be passing some of them to the other side of the table. Martin with 48 bigs. Mikko with 46. Yannick with 32. The Doctor with 23. Thomas with 15 and OG. The rear of the field still playing 13 big blinds. Martin betting 350 on the King 5-4-2 heart flop. Dr. BJ defending with the Queen 10. Let's it go. Yannick raising on the button with Queens. Thomas with a rejammable King 9 suited against a button open decides to just peel. King 4-4 is the flop. 2 hearts. Yannick bets 400k. I think Thomas just wants to call. Goes call. The turn going check, check, and now the river is even more trouble for the ladies. The ace of hearts rolling off, completes everything. Completes the flush, completes the straight. Granted, we've got two ladies in our hand. Yannick will check back. Loses a small pot. He could have lost more because that king nine suited should be rejamming a decent portion of the time. Queen 7 going to take that one down on the ace queen 9. Ten players remaining right now, and that means we are on the final table bubble. Difference between 10th and 9th is from €2,375 to 2,766. OG with the rejam, Yannick with the same hand. This is pretty close for Yannick. 12 bigs total. It is half of his stack. We might see him edge pass here. King Jack showing the goods. I think that's a good pass from King Jack. Also, it's close. If I had more chips, I'd be calling. OG shoving the same hand again. Miko pocket sevens, min raising. Thomas can see a flop here for one additional big blind with Queen 8 off suit. That looks like a 3-bet to 1.35 million. This is ambitious by Thomas. If I'm Miko, I'm just putting the foot down here. and I'm jamming all in, even though it does look pretty strong from Thomas. We know the jig is up there, scallywag. Alec betting 600k here on the Jack 9-7. All hearts. Miko will release. Thomas going to raise from the cutoff. Miko is going to call on the button. I might have just put the pressure on again with the offsuited combo here with the King 10 in position and the covering stack. Miko decides he just wants to call on the button, which is also understandable considering we are on the final table bubble. Thomas flopping trips. $3.25 is the bet. For this sizing, I'll be seeing a turn card. And I think Thomas could have opted to check there also. Try get a bet out of Miko, but he does have 20 big blinds or so to try get in the middle, so I can understand why he's trying to structure his bet sizes over flop, turn and river. An open ender now for Miko. $4.50 is the bet now, $5.50 even, and Miko wants to just call again. It does call. The river is the Queen of Hearts. Thomas won't like that it's come runner, runner, queen, queen. I still think there's merit to betting. If I'm going to bet, what's the bet about? 1.3 million. Either that or we could go for an overbet, but an overbet might only be getting, so I feel like sizing down is better here on the river. I don't want to bet too small at the same time. Blocker sizing is totally fine, but to get paid by an ace high type holding, don't want to bet huge. I'm okay with anything up to 1.8 million. Even 2 mil. Instead, Thomas goes for a check. That's also an option. Doesn't want to bet and get jammed on. The thing is, we have very little Queen X in our range, the way Thomas has bet, and then bet again on the turn. More likely he has a jack. I don't know what I do if I'm Miko. This could be a great spot to try get your opponent to fold a jack. But in order to do so, you'd want to go for an overbet jam. That's my thoughts on that. I don't think the small sizing is going to work. Surely just going to get snapped off for 1.5. Tom is shaking his head, but there's 5 million out there and it's only 1.5 million to call. Although this looks like a milky bet size trying to get called, I don't think he can fold. But he's got his hands over his cards. like he's going to pitch them into the air. What do you think he's going to do in the chat here? All vote now. He's in the tank. He can't like it. They just don't see any way he's going to fold for 6 bigs. Miko going to try to get his opponent to fold an ace-high type holding, or not much really, the way this is played out. Just doesn't want to lose to ace-high. Can Thomas make this call, or is it going to be a great bluff by Miko? Wow! I thought he had to go for the overbet to get his opponent to fold, but 1/3 pot bet there working. Miko proud of that one, wants to show. Bird flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? The bird is the word. Anna says, WTF, bro only wants to call with a queen. Yeah, I felt like he had to call there. He's getting over 4-1. It was. There's almost 5 million in the pot. 1.5 million to call. He's getting well over 3-1 on his money. OG shoves from the button with pocket fours. We'll take this one down. Saint B says it looked like a bet that he wanted to get called too. Yeah, but it's just, I do agree with you, but when we make it that sizing, we've got such good odds to call. But I like your point there, Feint. Miko in the small, A7 of hearts. Raise to 700k from Miko. OG has decided to rejam with just Queen 8 of hearts getting snapped by Miko. Neither player wasting any time here. Wow. Big rejam by OG. Big call by Miko. Miko should just open rip and take that move away from OG. Just be very unlucky to wake up with it. If your opponent wakes up with it in the big, but he instead rejams, get called, flops a lady. Queen Jack Deuce is the flop. Turn is the ace of diamonds, and that is not a good turn card for OG. He needs a queen or an 8 on this river, or we will have our final 9. River is the 7 of spades, and it is all over for OG Pajika. That means we will have our final table. We're going on a break for 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. We will crown a ZTO champion before it's all said and done tonight. I will see you all in a few moments.
Nine players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and he's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting involved, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a
Queen.
small chance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saskia, that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saskia's,
I mean, he's right. He's right. It's standard, but
I mean, Saskia's seen this before, there's no doubt. He's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there, more than that.
I'm dangerous. I don't know.
And he's played. Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here on the button, but Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the King 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman and the big blind Raoul just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet, Dara.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Did it quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay,
Oh, he
maybe
can't even
5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean,
Absolutely.
it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like you basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I'm just going, okay, you got me. I'm not winning.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He basically been asked to put almost all of his stack in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King folded pre.
Wow, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Clement is thinking about this. Like, his hand is good enough to shove here if there was no CM. Instead, he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold. Just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise, he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Albert makes the call. Angelo gets out of the way. Christian folds the King 4 off, and now action with Lord Mulligan. He's going to be putting the 10-3 in the junk. Interesting small blind. Ace 8. Snap folds, and now Filippo. 8 deuce.
This dude's suited, like, it's a pretty looking hand, but we're very near the bubble, and just near the bubble, you're not going to want to get it in when we're already in the money. You'd be more likely to fall down. And Clement's going to feel great about this now. He's going to be happy to go with this. He has less than 2 times stack left behind. He's hit top pair. He's probably going to just bet and call if there's a raise, and probably shove the turn if it's a call. Another place. He's just called. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Albert's going to go with this.
Yeah, now Albert has a flush draw, not flush draw, and a gut shot as well. Clement has 2 pairs, so the fact he's hit 2 pairs doesn't change all that much. I guess he's probably ahead of ace. Well, no, he was already ahead of ace queen, so yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy, sick there. But Albert here, I mean, the raise
Albert
on the
has-
flop, I just didn't expect the raise.
Yeah. Albert tends to cover, so I think Clement is actually debating whether this is even a call now. He does make a call though. He had clock called on them there as well. They're so close to the money that it's possible Clement was stalling a little bit, trying to maximize the chance of getting into the money.
I mean, I want to see a 3-bet there or fold for sure. And this is one of the reasons why, because Filippo here, I think, will be 3-betting. Coming out from the small blind, this ace-jack suited certainly is a 3-bet candidate.
Yeah, sure. We can see he's in amazing shape. He's dominating both opponents. As I said, I played with Filippo in Vegas, and he's a very, very good player. So he's thinking through all the permutations now. Unfortunately for him, he is covered by both players, so he would hate to bust at this point. But yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet.
I can make it, you know, it's an easy fold if it gets shoved back in his face.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, this should be
3-bet to 70k.
Yeah. This should be fairly routine fold, and it is. So good pick up from Filippo there. Oh, Mark's still in the hand with 4-3 suited.
I didn't even know Mark was in the hand with the 4-3 suited. I think, you know what, I think maybe Christian opened there, did he? With the King-Jack.
Yeah, I think the Queen-Jack opened, and the King-Jack Pavl, and then I guess the 4-3 Pavl as well.
Yeah, but who opened with the Queen-Jack? Oh, Albert opened. Albert opened with the Queen-Jack, you're right. And then the King-Jack flatted. And then this price Mark in with the 4-3 suited.
Yeah, Mark's gone.
No way. Are you looking at this? This is crazy,
really
Darren.
This is absolutely.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, he covers Filippo, so he's basically saying to Filippo, like, you want a bubble now.
Where is it?
It's a fold, yeah. It's an ICM fold now. It's horrible, but you're going to have to ICM. Leave fold for ICM reasons. You just can't risk bubbling at this point. Like, you can see even when Mark has such a dreadful hand as he has, he still has 38%. You don't want to put yourself in the spot where you're bubbling the tournament 38% of the time when you have a comfortable stack.
Good point, Dara. Even though Filippo could be ahead here, he's probably not ahead by much, as
yeah, you're just not far enough ahead when you consider the ICM. The confusing thing for Filippo is he absolutely knows Mark can't really have a hand here, because he wouldn't flat a very strong hand after an open and a call. So he knows that this is just nonsense, but at the same time, he only has ace-jack.
it's what kind of knowledge these guys have of each other. That's
pretty sure he's gonna let this go.
It's very close, but he does fold. And what a move by Mark. Now, if I'm in Mark's seat, I'm showing the 4 high. Absolutely. It's not worth it otherwise.
Yeah.
Which makes him an absolute monster stack. Averages around 600k.
Yeah.
This is Albert once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested, but only has queen 10, so he might fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be seeing the flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so. Probably just check calls now.
Well, interesting. He donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raises.
he's decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. I guess Mark will get the message now that his sixes aren't good. Or not.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3-bet and Albert called. Or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic from Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah, yeah.
And Albert's just taking a flat call, and that's the crazy thing about this. He's
no way.
Yes, that's a fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flat.
I believe you, but you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
But there's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it.
Yeah.
And Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift.
Yeah.
Alrighty, welcome back, folks. Good evening. It's the final table. We are 8-handed of the ZTO 9th edition. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov if you're just tuning in. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, Monday evening even. Blinds have gone up. 150 is the small blind, 300 is the big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. Doctor is all in over the top of the cutoff opening to 650. Couple of big stacks at this FT. Ulyss with 130 big blinds to start things off. Unbelievable. Martin in second place with 87. Miko with 65. Peter with 31. Yannick with 24. The Doctor with 20. Thomas with 14. And Tayson Ali at the rear of the field with 13 big blinds. Slovakia, Germany, Czech Republic, Italy, Turkey and Poland all being represented at this final table. They are all playing for the first prize and all the glory that goes with it. €38,600. All 8 remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €3,700. So Miko with 6 is raising to 650. Thomas is going to defend with the Queen 10 off suit. The flop comes Ace Jack 10. As all the time says, TY, TY, Dan. It's what we go to school for all the time. This ain't our first rodeo, bro. Miko going to bet 500k. Thomas with bottom pair. Good shot, straight draw. 2 hearts on the flop, so you mightn't be too tempted. Thomas going to call, turning straight. $6.25 is the bet from Thomas. Nico forced to let it go. Nothing he can do there. I don't really like the lead there at all, by the way. Just check. Let your opponent bluff. Might even bet 2 pair. So a couple of shorties at this FT, and that's one of them. Ali wants to be shoving this one with King Jack suited. Let's go for the rip. We do have Peter going all in over the top with pocket tens. A big flip for both players involved. 25 big blinds, 7.45 million in this pot. Ali is the person at risk. Ace-8 deuce is the flop, 1 spade. Turn is the deuce of hearts. Ali needing help on this river. Doesn't arrive. It's the 7 of spades. Peter has eliminated Tayson Ali in 8th place, and that means 7 players remaining now. Peter will take that one down. Oh, there's my boys. There's my homies in the chat. DJ Triple, Osmo, No Pair, all the time. Chatting away. What's up, boys? What's happening? DJ Triple says, right in time for the final table. You are indeed. 7 players remaining now. We've had 2 quick eliminations. I believe one of those eliminations occurred before we even got here. And Bebop. Let's not leave out Bebop and Rocksteady. Bebop says, good evening, guys. I will tell you now, there's been a couple talking in the chat today, but few and far between. It's been very dead at the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. So it's nice to have you with us. Keeps me sane. No Pair No Draw says it's been a quiet day in chat. Well, obviously, guys, I know you've got lives. I wasn't complaining. It's also basically smack bang in the middle of summer. A free day in Germany, was out with the wife. It doesn't sound like a bad time. As DJ Triple says, did you really think we would miss your commentating? Thanks, buddy. Thomas raising the 600k with ace-4 of clubs in the cutoff, and Miko wants to see a flop here with ace-5 of hearts in the small. Could have elected a 3-bet, but just decides to flick it in for the reduced price. Martin in for a penny, in for a pound, and is going to call an additional 1 big with 6-4 offsuit. 3-way action to the flop. King 6-3. Martin with the best of it. Everyone checking. We will see the turn. DJ Triple says, and now to put the icing on the cake, watching a nice final table. I have a great wife, so it was a great day. Happy wife, happy life. Pair no draw says, is she in chat too? Must be, so you could be sure she reads your comment. Martin going to take that one down. He should be playing pretty aggro. He's got a lot of big blinds. As long as he's not tangling with the chip leader, I can get behind it. I don't know much about a lot of these players remaining. Maybe a few of you in the chat know something I don't. I did see one shout out from Osmo for Miko. Miko has played well. I feel like he should have went for a bigger sizing with that King 10 if he wanted a jack to fold. Board that ran out Queen Queen in the turn in the river, but he got the job done with a small bet. So what do we know? 7 players remaining. 3 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €5,200. Eulis still over 100 big blinds, commanding this FT. And Eulis should be implementing a very aggressive strategy, especially playing over 100 big blinds. Thomas is going to defend in the big blind from the under the gun open with 7-6 off suit. Flop going check on the queen 10 deuce. Turn is the 5 of clubs. 2 flush draws on board now to go with all the straight draws. 2 overcards, 2 bucket eights. He will take that one down with a delayed C-bet. DJ Triple says, no, she isn't very interested in poker, but when I play, she is always great support, although she only understands husband gets chipped, he has done something good. Yeah, we're like modern day hunter-gatherers. Only thing she knows is husband got chips, I get new handbag. And then you get to cook a woolly mammoth for dinner. And Thomas has found a hand he wants to be rejamming with. Doctor with the ace-king suited into hijack. This one is going to go all in and call. I predict. We have seen some very tight play today, but I don't think this is going to be a moment for it. Thomas ain't shy. So it is all in and call. Nearly 25 big blinds in the middle here as well. Doctor, the covering stack. Thomas with an opportunity to double up here. It's a coin flip. And that's a set, folks. Set of 9s for Thomas. Doctor needing runner. Turn seals the deal. Thomas with a full house. Will double up. Nice pot for him. Ulis is going to complete his option here in the small blind. Miko, ace-7 of diamonds. Ulis with king-10 offsuit. Miko going to bump it up to 800k. We will see a flop. Blind v blind. Queen 10-9 is the flop. And Ulis Miko going to bet 650. Ulis just wants to call here. Turn is the jack of spades. That most likely will slow Miko down. Straight now for Ulis. Turn does go check, and the river is the 7 of clubs. He is going to go for value now, though. Doesn't need to bet too big. Something around half pot, 1.8, 2 million. Or that, 3.6. Nice fat chunky sizing here from Ulyss. Another pot for the chip leader, stacking those pink. Blind v blind battle. Martin's just going to shove on the doctor. Oculus wants to know, do you want a bit of value with Ace King blind v blind there? Surely a limp or min raise has more chance. Yeah, I think it's okay, Apocalypse, but it's just better to just rip when he's sub 10 bigs to start the hand. I do like that you want to be a bit creative there. I just don't think it's necessarily the exact right time to do it. Even if it was like 10 or 12 bigs and we had ace king suited, maybe, but ace king offsuit and it's sub 10 bigs, just shove, and if we get called, we get called. Doctor shoving in the small for 2 mil. Sub 7 bigs, but Queen Deuce ain't going to cut the mustard, and Doctor will take down the blinds and antes. Fold around to the button, and Peter, 8-7 of hearts. Gonna min raise this one. Judas raised to a mil. Keeping the pressure on. He can do this with a wide variety of hands. So Jack 5 going to be in there. Just putting the pressure on Miko over 3 times the big blind. And Miko has a nice hand to see a flop with, but because Euless has used that larger sizing, he can just fold hands like 8-7 offsuit now. We've seen Euless before, only once or twice at the feature. Going to be a competent player. Going to be tough to beat with all those chips. Spades for Miko. Both players with top pair now. 1-4-4-3-8. 2 flush draws out there also. Time to bet if you're Miko. That's an interesting river here. Miko trying to get the showdown for a cheap price. Names that price at $500,000. 1 pink chip is going to get raised to 1.4. This looks strong. Could be a flush. Martin with top 2. Miko is going to call him off. Non-believer. Martin now. 24.8 million. Miko under 10 million. As DJ Triple says, ouch, gin card. DJ Triple says, wouldn't have believed that raise. Looked more like a busted draw than top 2 or trips. Yeah, he made it a nice price. Don't blame the 10-8 of spades calling off there. Yannick raises the 600k, 15 bigs to start the hand. Nice King Jack suited, and Martin in the small blind with pocket sixes. Now, Martin might 3-bet this one. In all honesty, though, most likely see him just call to see a flop. He can put significant pressure on the big blind here. The big blind only playing about 5 big blinds behind. Interesting to see what happens. Could just shove. Yannick knows how short the big blind is before opening off a 15 big blind stack from early position. So Martin might just decide this isn't going to be good enough and decides to let it go. Nice pickup for the doctor there with the pocket tens. We've got action. Miko min raising. Doctor all in. King Queen off suit. Miko most likely priced in here. We'll get the bad news. Doctor gets it in. More than a 2-1 favour to double up to 6 million, which is good for 20 big blinds. King Queen against the King 10 suited. But that's an amazing flop. Jack A4, all diamonds for Miko. And that's going to send Doctor to the rail. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. No turns or rivers needed. Damn. We lose Dr. BJ. Dr. Blackjack in 7th place, and that means 6 players remaining now. 7th place will take home €5,200 for his efforts, and that means with 6 players remaining, all players guaranteed a minimum of €6,800. No pair, no draw says that is a tough way to go out. Yeah, I feel like I should have had a bigger reaction, but I just seen diamonds. Diamonds in the sky, says Rihanna. Red Misty said 38k isn't bad considering you entered for €230. Yeah. Fantastic to get down to the last 6 here. 1,303 entries. Playing for the guts of 50 G's, baby, on a Monday evening. All happening under one roof. It's the King's Resort in Rosvedov. UJ Triple says being almost 80% favorite pre-flop and then you get crushed. Thomas takes that one down with top pair. Nice pay jumper too there for everyone else remaining, by the way. He's all the time says, that's poker, folks. He's all in, Vince. R.I.P. indeed. Mike Sexton. Eulis raising on the button, ace-4 offsuit. Martin going to call in the big with ace-jack offsuit. These two do not want to be getting in these huge entanglements. King 5-4, 2 diamonds comes the flop. Bit of 400k in a call. 425. Eulis taking that one down with a bet. He's now playing 37 million, which is good for 123 big blinds. Blinds have gone up 200, 400, 400. Eulis taking that one down with a bet. Expect to see this guy being involved in a lot of pots. Paul Pot. Peter been raising with a monster here. Ace queen of diamonds on the button. Thomas defending. I might lead this turn if I'm Thomas. We have a lot of equity. It seems like it's one of the best turn cards in the deck for our hand. Apart from the obvious 9 of diamonds. Now he checks. Peter just wants to be checking this one. Looks like he is going to go for a bluff. And that's quite a large sizing, 2.5 million. Just trying to fold out a 1 pair hand that might contain a 7 or a 5, maybe even an 8. Has to let it go now. That's a really dangerous river card. And what he's also thinking is, if Thomas had a straight or a flush or 2 pair, he most likely wouldn't allow this hand to go check. I don't like how Thomas has played this hand at all. We have range advantage on this board. We also blocked straight. And on the turn, we've an open ender. Just had a hand that has too much equity to not fire on the turn, or even lead on the flop, although that seems ambitious. If Thomas could find a jam here, I'd take it all back, Thomas. Peter betting because Thomas should be firing that river if he has a decent part of it, as I aforementioned. US with 40% of all the chips in play. Just 2 players under 20 bigs. Still a lot of chips out there for the taking. Maren and Peter in the middle of the pack. Peter and Miko tied almost, and Martin with 58 bigs, and then 2 stacks. You've got 2 middle stacks, 2 big stacks, and I wouldn't call them short, but 16 and 12 bigs are our shortest stacks at this final table with 6 players still remaining. And the chip leader catching the river here on the 7-9, 3-9 queen board. As Thomas called him with just jack high. Bold Thomas. He's a doubting Thomas, and he is wrong on this occasion. Euless with ace jack, king 5, a2 hearts, blind v blind. Miko with queen 9. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Off going, check, check. Euless now picking up another flush draw. Wants to be applying pressure now, unless he wants to go into check call mode. $1.7 million is the bet. Miko is going to call. Interesting river coming up here, folks, with 6.6 million in the pot. Seven of diamonds rolls off, and that is not a great. Whoa. I'm going to say it's not the greatest card for Ulis to keep firing, but he does have the nut flush blocker. I will say it is unlikely that Ulis has a straight, so it's kind of a flush or nothing situation. I will say Ulis looking a bit nervous. His hands crossed. Looks like he's in defense mode. I don't think Mikko's going to be able to make this call, even though it looks like every ounce of his being wants to. He's a non-believer with his first tournament life. He does fold, and Ulis will show a bluff. Another big pickup for him, and he's now playing 42 million. Well over 100 big blinds. Four, two, straight out there, straight on board now. Ulis and Peter with the same hand. Who wants it more? So they will just chop that one up. And this is going to be a blind v blind battle. Yannick with the opportunity to double up with pocket tens here. Peter with 5 deuce of hearts shoving. Unless Peter gets lucky, Yannick is going to have, oh wow, king 8 5, 2 hearts come out. And now there's a lot of outs that Yannick has to avoid. Turn is a 6. 10 outs for Peter to eliminate Yannick, or Yannick will double up to nearly 9 million. It's the 3 of diamonds. Never easy to survive and double up. Opener no draw says, not sure would have shown that bluff with the ace of hearts a few hands ago. No, I wouldn't. No. Sometimes people can't resist. And ace king suited for Yannick is just going to be rejamming this one. Peter raising and the cutoff, King 8 offsuit, and Yannick gets a double up, gets it through with Ace King, now has Ace Queen. Again, could just shove this one. Some of you folks at home will say it's too many bigs, 26 big blinds. But it probably plays best as a jam. But if you don't have to risk the full amount, just make it a tad less than 3x. DJ Triple agrees with me, says retake 2.2 or shove. Re-raise even. I like retake though. Let's go with retake, DJ. By the way, I don't know if I asked you this before, but do you actually like the DJ? I happen to love DJing. Well, I don't say love it, I just like it. A bedroom DJ of sorts. DJ says, sometimes I got my bright moments. Here's a bright moment. Miko waking up with ladies in the big blind, 2 red ones, and Thomas has put it all in correctly with 5s, but we'll get the bad news. Not such a bright moment for him, and unless he hits a 5 or something to that effect, we could have another elimination. Ace-9 deuce. Turn is the 8 of clubs. River is the 7 of clubs, and Thomas has been eliminated. Miko will survive. Eliminate another player and now play the guts of 14 million. That means 5 players remaining now, folks. GG for Thomas. Just take home €6,800 for his efforts. Not bad from a €230 buy-in. So, with 5 players remaining now, all players guaranteed a minimum of €9,200. Barton 3 bet is 2.4 million with ace queen offsuit, and the small blind is enough to get Miko to fold. His button open with ace 5 offsuit. DJ Triple says low pairs when in a position there are only two options: risk a flip and shove or fold. Raising like here only gets you in weird spots when someone shoves at you when you're the short stack. Yeah, but when we're on the button, we've only two players to get through. It just becomes a superior play to take down the blinds and antes. These small pairs can be printing by shoving. I say that now, especially when we are 15 big blinds or less. Yannick in the small ace-9 of hearts, 28 bigs. We are getting close to the ticket bubble. Remember that, folks. There are 5 remaining. Normally, we have 4 tickets, 3 tickets up for grabs in this event. So we are 2 eliminations away from that. Only 1 elimination away from being on the ticket bubble. Another blind v blind battle. 9-9 deuces the flop. Ace 3 for Miko. 4-3 offsuit for Martin. Martin betting 1.5 million on this river. Just 4 high. An ace high for Miko. He's been shown a bluff once or twice already. This is not the board to call down with just ace high though. And he will let it go. Martin takes that one down, but won't show the bluff this time. I wouldn't have been shocked to see a call there from ace high, the way it played out. But the pressure is on, guys. You can cut the tension with a knife. Such massive pay jumps. Players won't have been in a position like this before. So much money up top. Not to mention those 10k tickets. DJ Triple says, calling with ace high is no option here. Yeah, there's just too many hands that beat us. Martin with ace jack, raising. Peter is all in over the top. And guys, this should get called by Martin. He's got the chips. He's got the hand to do it with. Put off against the button. 12 bigs more to call. One would think this is just going to be too high up in Martin's range to fold. It is closer than you think with ICM considerations, but when we've got over 20 million, which is good for over 50 bigs, I think it's time to spin and win. Does call him off. 12 million in the pot. Peter, 26% equity to remain in this event. Ten, 10, 4 is the flop. Martin in pole position here. Turn is the 5 of spades. Either needing a king of kings on this river or he will be eliminated in 5th place. It's the 9 of hearts. He can't find it. So 4 players remaining. We are on the ticket bubble. 5th place taking home €9,200 for his efforts. Good run, son. 4 remain, all guaranteed a minimum of €12,000. And guys, there's a 14 grand difference. That's right, a €14,000 difference between 4th and 3rd. Current payout is now 12,000. Next payout is 16,000 and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That's what they're playing for here. The pressure is on. Players are going to have to tighten up. DJ Triple saying call him a king 5 off is very loose against the chip leader, even short-handed. Miko opening on the button. Yannick in the big. Gonna complete and flop trips. Queen, queen, 9, 2 diamonds is the flop. Yannick going to bet the river here for 2.5 million. No pair, no draw. Asking, yeah, no. So what happens is, if you win a ticket, you have to play your first ticket. There were players who won the guts of 10 tickets last year, and you can cash the rest of them in. But once you've played day 1A, then you are free to do what you want with your remaining tickets. And I think that's kind of cool in the way that you're not allowed to sell it. At least not the first ticket. Trees opening and Euless in the big blind with King 8 offsuit. Look at this, trips for Euless. Miko has a hand he might want to bet here. Pair board. He's got triple lad or pocket trees. You're going to bet 1.1. And I really don't like raising here. He's raised to 2.7. Prefer to just call. But Miko might continue here because it looks like he's being bullied by Euless, but let's not forget what's at stake. Doesn't look like he is ready to release his hand yet. Yeah, his body language is indicating that he wanted to continue, and he has called. This this might look like to Miko that Ulyss will have picked up a lot of equity if he was bluffing in the form of backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw, something to that effect. Ulyss probably just going to show 7.6 million in the pot. Stack to pot ratio basically 1-to-1. I wouldn't have raised on the flop personally, but now do you just shove to make your hand look weak? You've got trips. I think we make a small sizing, like 2.6 million, something around that area, and then set up a river jam. That looks to be something around what I was talking about. A little bit chunkier than that. I think this is just... This is fine. I think it's better than jamming, but because stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1, I probably would have just leaned towards betting even smaller. What are we witnessing here? Miko is shoved. Ulyss has snapped, and Ulyss is going to eliminate Miko in 4th place. This is disgusting. Miko needing one of the remaining trees. Got to call this as I see it. It's a bit of a punt, to say the least. Like you said, he was hoping he's going to have a diamond draw or a straight draw. That's a full house and 50 or quadzilla even for Ulyss. 54 million. Miko has been eliminated. We are going to be going on a break and come back with the final three. Just has to find a fold there. He made up his mind that if his opponent didn't have an 8, he's going to have a diamond draw or a bluff. But even them kind of hands have a lot of equity. So death by quads indeed. We are going on a break, folks. We'll be back within 15 minutes. 3-handed, and Ulyss with a mammoth monster chip lead over his 2 opponents here. 135 bigs playing 75, playing 31. Still a lot of chips in play. Anything can happen. We've been here before. We've had 15-hour streams not so long ago. But what a ride it's been. We're going to keep it right here. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond. Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond. Hey, you know the
Shilko.
fold, mate. You know, reverse implied odds, kiddo.
Watch the 5-5 flop.
I mean, watch the 5-5 flop and watch the 500 other boards where it doesn't come 5-5 with 11 left in the main event.
4 players.
4 players.
I mean,
Even the dealer's kind of going, what the hell is going on here? It's like we're getting a flop every hand. Well, something for everyone. Kaiser's connected, bottom pair. Shot for Andrea. Top for Stinka. And Sammy has hit top pair.
And what would have happened if we defended King 5 offsuit out of the big blind?
Well, you're probably check folding now, given that Sammy's 3-bet.
Okay, just now we're folding top pair out of the big blind.
Absolutely. Andrea.
Furious.
Folding, absolutely. And you can see him nodding his head, looking in disgust at Stinka. Stinka with the goods here. Moves all in. Sammy's calling. I think Sammy goes with this, Henry. In a spot of bother here. He calls it, Henry. And it's goodbye, Sammy. I can't see a way out. Obviously, 10 ball would get him out of trouble.
Zweimal nicht geraced, Alter, heftig. Das ist König. König 10.
The flat pre.
König Dame.
Looks like it's going to earn Stinka a massive 7.4 million pot. Sammy made top pair. 3-bet and now calls the 4-bet from Stinka.
No race. Really.
Nine on the
river.
Turn. Now, Jack for the straight, 10 for 2 pair. I mean, it'd be absolutely brutal were Sammy to hit here. Stinka almost stoic as he just sits down, and the Jack on the river.
Come on! Don't race, S-King, don't race. Bravo. Yeah.
This is just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Stinka. Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well, I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Youssef, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20's fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is exciting here. Does just call. That's some very exciting hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know what would be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgios has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like King Queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Down to the business end of things. All three remaining players have locked up a 10k ticket. Didn't mean to say that was disgusting, the hand previous to the break. It just, with the tickets at stake, he just got it in his head that he'd been bluffed once or twice already. Decided he wasn't having it anymore. Took a stand at the absolute worst moment in time. And his opponent ends up rivering quads and three-handed. C'est la vie. Goes home short of that ticket. Will take home €12,000 for his efforts. 16k now is the payout, all chasing the first prize of €38,600. Blinds have gone up. $250,000 is your small blind. $500,000 is your big blind, with $500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. As DJ Triple says, the big winner by that was Yannick, got to reach the pay jump. Yeah, normally we have a long ticket bubble, but that wasn't the case here at all. You get a small sense of urgency between these players. They've obviously been playing for so many days on end. Yannick lining up a second bet here. Jack 9, deuce 8 is the board. And Eulis not going to be going anywhere. He's a dangerous man to be betting into with that much pink chips behind him. The river is the 3 of diamonds. 10 million in this pot. Yannick with 8.3 million behind. Checks, and Eulis will be happy to win another 10 million chip pot. Now playing 55 million. Open ender for Martin here on the turn. That's 700k, and the river is 6 of clubs. I'm playing a big stack as well, guys. 34 million. Two of these don't want to be getting into a huge situation. Yannick flopping. Good shot, straight draw here. Martin with ace king. He's got a real hand. Winning 1 million, getting called, and that's gin for Yannick here on the turn. Check from Martin. Yannick betting 3 million. And Martin just has to let go of his hand now. Board's too dangerous. So many 2 pairs, straights, etc. As DJ says, hard to get value on that board. Yannick bets $500,000. And Ulyss with 4 deuce of clubs is going to raise with his flush draw, good shot, straight draw. Monster flop for him here, 3-handed. Yannick in a tough spot here, 1.7 million more for him to call. He does have the ace of clubs. He is going to let it go. Must feel like he's getting ran over a bit. That's what happened to our fourth place finisher. Going out with 3s on the 8-8-4 jack board. It wouldn't have been the worst continue there for the ace queen. You can stack off on a club. Turn might go check, check. Our opponent could be just bluff raising. Ulyss going to bet 1.1. There's a bluff here. I don't think Martin can make this call with 5th pair on the board. Everything gets there on the river. Ulyss has been a machine today. Takes down another one. DJ says, I like that aggressive approach by Eulis in that three-way. Well, you see, he's got one who's under 20 bigs, and the middle stack doesn't want to get too out of line. So Eulis pretty much do what he wants here. He is going to give a walk with the 9 deuce. Martin's playing chunks as well. Don't forget that. Like, he's over 60 bigs. Seatbelts and airbags for this one. I'd say go brew some coffee. This could be a long battle yet, folks. Hope you're all enjoying the show. 8 hours into the stream. Yannick going to raise to 1.1. Ace 4 offsuit. 17 bigs. Martin's going to defend with the 8-7 offsuit. Ten-7 deuce, 2 diamonds. Flop going to go check, check. We can go behind betting or checking here with the ace 4. We've got backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw working. Also equity denial. Turn comes a king. Now Martin bets 700. I prefer if Yannick took more aggressive approach on that board. Checking back fine sometimes. And Eulis now nearly 60% of all the chips in play. Eulis shows the ace. Martin betting $1 million here. Ace 10, 9. Eulis wants to see a turn with his flush draw. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Good shot, straight draw now for the big blind. I was going to say maybe he wants to lead this one. He's going to go for a lead as a blockerish type sizing. Naming his price to see a river is essentially what he's doing. 6.3 million in the pot now. Just close to 1.4 for Martin to call. That looks like he wants to raise. I don't really favor a raise here, considering there's a short stack with under 20 bigs, but let's see what happens. Just go for a small-ish raise. You think he knows what Eulis is up to? Eulis going to call. Oh, wow. What a river card it is for Eulis. This guy can't put a foot wrong today. Now, does he want to check? Does he want to lead? It'll be tough for Martin to call. When the hand plays out like this, it just looks like he's going to have a flush to bet the river, considering Martin has raised the turn. An exciting hand developing here nonetheless, and he is going to go for what looks to be around 7 million. I was going to say he wants to use about 2/3 sizing, and guys, you're not going to believe this. That's just about 2/3 sizing. Martin has a straight blocker, does have top pair. We are three-handed, but it just doesn't feel like he can beat much the way this hand is played out. He's raised the turn. Eulis is called. So Eulis is donk. Yeah, he's up out of his seat trying to figure this one out right beside the dealer. Wants to know exactly how much is in the pot. This is very funny. Wow. Eulis wins another gigantic pot. Is now playing a staggering 71.875 million. He seems to be able to just get into people's heads and make them call. Very intriguing player. Now, he's ran really good and he's got paid off, and he's had a few happy birthdays and Merry Christmas get sent his direction. But he's impressed me. I'm struggling to understand that as a bluff. If he was to donk the turn, call the raise, and then donk again on the river, it's just a very under bluff line, as the pros would say. But always a surprise around the corner of kings. And now, folks, Eulis has these two players right where he wants them. He can just keep pounding away. Look at all those pink chips. Now he can just really put the foot down. DJ agrees with me, says he plays very good so far, picks the right spots, finds the right bet sizing. Very impressive. Yeah, I agree. And Martin is no slouch himself. He has had a few results at Kings. I'm going to double check that just to verify. But it's not our first time seeing him, so it's not like he's doing that against a player who would be a recreational, shall we say. Yeah, so his total live earnings before this tournament is 64,000 and change. Ten bigs for Yannick now in the small blind. Just wants to be shoving this one. King 7 suited. Bossman Aces says, wow, Eulis going to call. Picking up tens in the big blind. Bossman Aces says it was a very interesting hand. Yeah, it was a very interesting hand indeed. Here we go. Yannick needing a king of kings, or he could be our third place finisher, and we're going heads up for the title. It's an okay start for Yannick. He catches a piece of it. Still needs some more help as we hit the turn. Going to be hard to run down Eulis the way he's been running at this final table. Oh my God, the turn is a 7. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. 7 on the turn. 2 outs now for Eulis. You can't win them all. River is the queen of hearts. That levels up the playing field. Both players now going to be similar in stacks, which means it doesn't actually change too much for Eulis. He can still just keep pounding away. There is a significant pay jump between third and second. Don't forget that. DJ says, very good laydown with the weak ace. All three players need to remain composed. Eulis min raising on the button, king 10 off suit. Two pair here for Martin. And Eulis could lose a chunk of change here also. Martin raising it up. Eulis just 3-betting Martin all in here. I don't like this at all. It's not that I don't like it at all, but I expected to see him just call. Overplaying his hand. Maybe not if he thinks he can get a combo draw to call. We are 3-handed, you have to remember. Nonetheless, guys, this is 37 million almost. This will put a dent in Eulis's stack. He'll still be paying 50 million, of course. Wow, turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now a lot of outs for Eulis as we hit the river. Big river coming up for both players involved. Martin, the at-risk player, but is ahead. It is the ace of clubs. Martin now playing 73 big blinds. And Eulis still playing 100. Well, we are getting some treat here this evening. So much chips still in play. And now that's evened out things even further. Oh, and here we go again. Eulis in the small blind, pocket eights. Martin in the big blind. Going to bump this up, I would imagine, with pocket nines to 5.2 million. Oh, Eulis looks angry. That does not look like a man you want to be messing with. It does not look like a man who is ready to fold pocket eights. And we all know the go-to play is just the call here. I was wondering whether he was going to whip out some more pink chips. Big difference for Eulis here. He was fast approaching, I think it was 170 blinds there almost. And now he's back down under 100. He still has so much chips, but in his head, psychologically, it's like he's after losing an absolute fortune. And Martin is just shoving all in. Wow. Martin going for the biggest rip we've seen in a long time on this channel. 31 million into a 10 million pot. And I don't know if Eulis is going to fold this. This is so much chips. Once a count. I mean, the go-to is to just fold here, right? But when we've got a good shot straight draw as well, and he 6 gives us a straight. The way Martin's played this, he could have 2 overcards containing spades or all the over pairs, of course. I don't think he does this with 7 5s or 4s. It's hard to make heads or tails of these ranges sometimes. They have been playing a bit erratic. Now Martin surely going for this size of a shove because he thinks Eulis will call with an inferior hand. Surely he's not just doing this. These guys are talking to each other. Quite the dynamic they've developed very quickly as well. He could have got loads of value on this flop. Could have just made like pot size and set up a turn jam, but this is just overkill. He might be able to get away from it now. So much of his stack. $62 million. I don't really feel like Martin does this with like King 7, Ace 7. He's doing this with an overpair to get called by a worse hand. I think Eulis will sniff this one out, and he probably knows he's supposed to fold, but he is amped up. Fiery Italians. Eulis can just fold this and still have the guts of 100 big blinds. If he calls and he is incorrect, he's going to be down to 30 bigs, and I don't see him coming back from that. Soul destroying to go from, like I said, I think it was 160, 170 bigs back to 30 in, wow, it would be less than 10 hands. Bossman Ace says he does it with a flush draw as well. Yeah, he does do it with a flush draw, but he's going to have 2 overs with the flush draw unless it's Ace 3 of spades, Ace deuce of spades, which is also possible. I do think they're in the combo draw is in his range. We've the 8 of spades, so we block some other combo draws. If there was no history between these two from that hand where he got paid with the 7-3 of spades, perhaps this hand wouldn't go down in the fashion it's going down in. He's in the tank for over 4.5 minutes now. I think if you think your opponent has a combo draw, you can just fold. Ace deuce, Ace 3 spades. And then if they've got 2 overs with the flush draw, you don't really want to be flipping. So it just becomes a fold. He does let it go. What an exhilarating hand. Things have really picked up after the last break. Martin with a lovely hand to call an all in with, but it seems like it's going to be too many big blinds. Does want to count. In all honesty, I feel like Martin should just rip pre from the small there. It's going to have so much equity. It is a lot to rip. Perhaps he's played it just correctly there, and that he's not going to get shoved on too often, so therefore it's going to be fine to just limp and then fold. It just makes me sad to have to fold a hand with so much equity. Yannick with King Queen now raising to 1.2 million. Euler should probably just rip this Ace 5 off suit. All in. And this may sometimes be an ICM fold, but I am not folding King Queen against Eulis. Not this time. I'm raising to induce. And we're the short stack. We're three-handed. It's just going to be too good of a hand. Does call. Here we go. Eulis with the opportunity to eliminate Yannick or double up another player. %42 equity for the King Queen offsuit, and Eulis 58% with his Ace 5 offsuit. Here's the flop. It's King High, King 8-7. Turn is a 7. Eulis needing an ace on the river. Doesn't arrive. This is sick for Eulis. He's still playing 69 big blinds, but he's lost the guts of 100 bigs. Yannick and Peter are fairly rich now compared to what they were. What did I tell you when we were going on a break the last time? It looked like it was all plain sailing. It was all going one way. We came back with 3 players. And Mount Martin has the chip lead with 42% of all the chips in play. And Ulyss and Yannick, 36% and 22%. And I expect to see fireworks from Ulyss now. If he's been playing erratic so far, he's just lost another huge pot. He's still got 70 big blinds. Yannick with 43 and Martin with 82. This could have all been over, but instead, it's a 3-handed battle for the ages. All players very deep, considering not something we often see here, 3-handed at Kings. Go put the popcorn on. DJ says, no popcorn, I got ice cream. Don't tempt me, DJ. I'm on a diet. I haven't had sugars in... I've had the odd little thing here or there, but it's been 20 days. Not been easy. Especially now the weather is really nice here in Ireland. My body be craving sugars. As Bossman says, his face gone like a strawberry. I was eating strawberries, all right. No, I don't want sugar-free ice cream. That'd be like washing my feet with my socks on. Either give it to me or don't give it to me at all. Ace 10-9. Yannick takes that one down. Queen Jack 9, 2 clubs. Yannick with 10-9. Ulyss with 10 deuce. 600k is the bet. Now let's see just how calm and composed Ulyss can remain. 8 of clubs rolls off. Ulyss with a backup club draw at the moment, both with a straight. Ulis betting 1.3 million. Yannick going to raise. Looks like he wants to protect his hand. Gonna raise to 3.9. And Ulis just wants to call this all day. No reason to do anything else. We ain't folding and we shouldn't be raising, so we just call. River is the deuce of diamonds, and this one is going to go to Splitsville. I was going to say he wants to bet about 6 million here. $4.2 is the bet. And they will chop it up. By the way, Yannick has bounced back so nicely here. He was around 7 or 8 million not so long ago. Now he's playing 45 big blinds, over 20 mil. DJ says, guess we're on for a long night unless some disaster happens. Yeah, I did. I checked him out, Bossman Aces. He only had about 5k in cash as Yannick. And I couldn't get any information on Ulis because I presume that's not the full name. Both players trying to show down with 5 high. They will also chop that one up. They are, DJ Triple says the 3 players, meanwhile, have all arrived at that situation where they seem relatively equal. He's skilled. I did say Ulis was running away with it and had impressed me, and he still has. That fiery Italian in him has caused some stutter steps, shall we say. Yeah, I don't know how relaxed the players are. See, Bird saying they are having a very relaxed FT. They seem to be simmering down a little bit. Things were getting amped up there for a moment, Bird, before you drop by to say hi. Yannick with the goods here, raising the 1.2 mil. Julius going to call A6 of diamonds. Jack, Jack 4 is the flop, 1 diamond. Picking up kings against Ulyss. Will provide some action. Betting a call. Kings will have to be happy to take that one down. No more chips to be extracted that time. Aces now for Yannick. Why not? Blinds have just gone up. 300, 600, 600. Ulyss 3 betting to 5.2 million. 5.2 million is the 3-bet. Now, Yannick is just deciding, does he want a 4-bet here? I don't want a 4-bet here against Ulyss. Let him fire off on flop turns and rivers if he has to. I'm just calling with the aces. Unless you think you can get your opponent to 5-bet rip. No. No. Yannick. Ulyss now just going to be forced to let his hand go. So hard to get aces. So hard to get them 3-handed. So hard to have them against a 3-bet from Ulyss. And he didn't have to shove almost 40 big blinds. Martin raised to 1.4 million with Queen Jack off suit on the button. Three-handed action to the flop. Martin with the Queen Jack, Ulyss with the 4s, Yannick with ace-7 of diamonds. 10-8 deuce, 2 spades. Martin with the best of it. 4s technically still in the lead. Yannick gonna call for 1.2 million. Fours getting out of the way. 3 of clubs hits the turn. Surprised to see Yannick bet this one, by the way, on the flop. No, Martin. Wants to bet about 3 million, goes for 2.8. Queen Jack takes it down. Dan Fox with his great comments, saying hello to the man with the greatest commentator voice of all time. You're too kind, buddy. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for dropping by if you only have a moment to spare. Bossman Aces is watching Triton before this. It's some difference, yeah. Well, you know, you're going to have a lot of recreationals here, and that's why everyone loves Kings, because it's every week, and it's the disparity of buy-ins and tracks everyone from the low rollers to the high rollers and everything in between. But I was watching Triton there one of the days myself, so I know what you mean. King 3 deuce, all hearts, gin for Martin, flopping the nut flush. Eulis with top pair here, by the way. And he's going to lose some chips because he has a flush now. I'm sizing up, not down here. If I'm Martin, I want to bet huge. I would go for about 10 million. Or anywhere around pot. At least 6 anyway. Just for 5.5. Eulis ready to pay it off. Eulis down under 30 big blinds now, 17.6 million. Martin now. What a difference for Martin playing over 55 million. No pair, no draw says, yep, he could have gone higher or lower than 10 million. You say 5.5. You just lost 100 big blinds and 3 key hands. 110. Wow. That is a tough hit, all right, DJ. It's hard to come back from that. Yannick with top pair, 10-6-5-4. Checking over to Eulis. Eulis with a pair of 5s. Trying to get a read on his opponent here. Most likely he just wants to check this one. Oh, what a river it is. It's the 5 of diamonds. Yannick checking. Now, if I'm Eulis, I'm using my image to max effect here, and I'm not betting small. I'm betting huge. I'm going for at least 5 million. Even closer to pot. Just would make it look like I've got a busted straight draw, busted flush draw. 3.4 million is the bet. This will just get snapped off. Yannick loses a pot, and Eulis now playing 40 big blinds, 24 million again. Yannick betting 1.5 on the ace 10-9-2 diamond flop. Martin will call. Two spades, it's the turn. King of Hearts hits the river. Yannick with a pair now. Just going to bet 1.1, a very milky sizing. Look at the size of the pot. As DJ says, the rivers are super hot tonight. They sure are. Martin with the best of it here. Ulis can make it straight with a 7. Martin checks it back, takes it down. %50 of the chips in play for Martin and basically 25% each for Yannick and Ulis. Very even. 5 big blinds separating the two, Yannick and Ulis, and then Martin with the rest of the chips in play, 84 big blinds. Martin raising the 1.4 with King Jack. Yannick calling with Ace Deuce of clubs. That is a whopper of a flop for Yannick. Bit of 800k and a call, and it's gin on the turn. 8 of clubs. No flush for Yannick. And I do believe that is a straight flush. Martin bet 1.8. He'd be saying bye-bye to those chipolatas. Yannick deciding how much to raise. He'd be raising to about 6 or 7 million. Martin is going to call a non-believer. DJ Triple says the call from Martin was okay. He had the 4th highest flush, gets almost 4 to 1 on the call. When that is not enough equity, I don't know what is. Yes, your opponent has to be bluffing on that river, but odds are odds. Makes sense. Do this in the small, 32 bigs, ace 9 off suit. Yannick in the small, king, queen off suit. Takes it down. Martin raises 2.1 million. Yannick on the button with king 10 off suit. Yannick with a lot of equity on this board. King 9, 6, 5. But he bricks out. Martin has the best hand. $1.5 mil is the bet from Yannick. Martin picks him off. Nice call there from Martin. Non-believer. Yannick raised the 1.5 mil on the button, ace 4 off suit. Martin defending with 5-3 of clubs. Flop is king, queen, deuce. Goes check, check. Turn is the 8 of spades. Goes check, check again. Now, Martin can't win with 5 high. Seems like he was happy to check it down all the same. Yannick will take that one down. Guys, they are so deep still. It's incredible. Martin with 80 bigs. Yannick with 50. Eulis raising to 1.2 mil. Yannick with the ladies in the big blind. He's had the kings. He's had the aces. Now the ladies. Wants to 3-bet this one to about 4.2 million. Doesn't need to go too big. Yeah, something less than 5 million. Eulis is just going to call. Eight, 7, 4, 2 hearts is the flop. Yannick Ben 3.2 mil. This is not a great board for Eulis to continue. And he will let it go. DJ says we desperately need another action hand. Sometimes that's not the way it goes, DJ. Bird says nice final table, just three-handed, but lots of action cards. There's been a crazy amount of action. Loads of fun hands, lots of intricate spots. Ace 5, 3, 2 spades is the flop. 5, 4 of diamonds. King, queen for Martin. Yannick bet 1.2. Martin will release. Yannick slowly but surely getting very close to Martin. He's really not that far behind now. Bird says 6.7k jump to second place is huge. Yeah, massive. Massive difference between third and second. DJ telling us no one busted for 90 minutes at a final table once. Cool story, bro. Could have action here. Eulis has a rejammable hand. 20 bigs. Here we go. Martin with two black ladies. This could be Eulis's last hand. Here we go. 10-9 deuce. Two hearts. 27 million in this pot. Eulis needing serious help. And the turn is a heart. Oh my God. Eulis now picking up a lot of additional equity with that 8 of hearts. And here's the river. Oh my God, it's a king. That is sick. Guys, now all three players are relatively even. There's not that much separating them. Okay, at least 10 bigs. Maybe 20 bigs separating third and first place. Apocalypse predicted running hearts. As he says, wasn't there an EPT main event that went on for 4 hours? The heads up, I think it was even longer than that. We will play on. Apocalypse says he predicts a 4 a.m. finish. Can anyone get a ban on that guy? I'd like to ban Apocalypse from the chat. Thank you. Another 5 hours. Jesus. Sure, we love it, guys. You want action? We provide endless amounts of action, whether it goes 5 hours or 15. We're here till the bitter end. Where else would you get it? 10-6-5 is the flop. DJ Triple says, hope the Kings pay you well for the extra hours. No comment. Martin with King 9. 3x in the small blind. And Yannick in the big with Ace-3 of clubs. So it looks like it's 60 bigs playing 50 bigs playing 45 bigs. Ace King for Eulis. Oh, sorry, Martin has 50 bigs. So 50 bigs a pop and Eulis with 45. 60, 50, 40. There's still 150 big blinds in play, give or take. Quick maths. 9-5 deuce. Johan, the main man, is in the house, and I want to say a massive happy birthday to Johan. We didn't forget Johan. I hope you won your game of bridge, and nice to have you here. Hope you had a nice day, buddy. Ulis on the button. Min raising, and Yannick with 8s in the big blind. Nine, 4, 3 is the flop, and Ulis with a good shot straight draw. 8 in the lead for Yannick. Seven of diamonds hits the turn. Yannick now with a flush draw as well. Ulis might decide to try fire again here. This pot is bloated to 13 million. Decides to check it back. River is the queen of spades. Ulis is going to call 1.6. Seemed quite milky from Yannick. Does get what he was hoping for, a call from Ulis. I don't really like the call there from Ulis, even though it was quite a small sizing. Just so many hands that beat him out there. 74 bigs, now playing 57, now playing 31. Euless betting on the river here. 6-3 deuce jack jack. Very small sizing here from Euless. I wouldn't be shocked to see a call here for that small of a sizing. King High getting a great price and does make the call. Yannick on the button with ace-8 diamonds. Raise it up to 1.6. Queen 9-9 is the flop. Martin checks. Martin bet 1.5 million. Yannick not going to be going anywhere. No flush draw. And Yannick deciding to check back his nut flush on the river. I think I would be going for value there. We are three-handed, even if it is a double pair board. Johan says in Holland they shorten the blinds levels to 30 minutes at the major main events with 3 players or less. With 3 players or less, you play many more hands than with a full table. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Johan. That makes sense. And enjoy your trip next weekend. Hopefully you're on the feature for the Balkan. Yannick give king 8 of diamonds. And Martin with the aces. Gonna raise it up. 4.6. And Yannick quickly releases, not even entertaining seeing a flop. I think king 9 suited, I definitely want to peel and see a flop. King 8 suited, I could get behind calling or folding. Martin will take it down. With king 7, betting on that flop. We are going on a break for 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to put a ribbon on this, although this could go on for quite some time yet. Non-stop action taking place. We'll see you all for more ZTO in just a few moments.
With the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I think he whatever calls here, just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgios. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgios. He makes the call, Henry.
Wow.
That's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgios, both players with the same stack size. Ooh, 9, up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
What a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again. Of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil Bissey, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bissey with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot. Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. He needed 25. Oh boy.
Well, I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Youssef, knuckle up, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is 6 sizing here. Does just call. That's some very exciting hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgius misses. 705,000. Now, Yusef, please go super small, Yusef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgius considers the check raise. Do you know what would be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georges has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like king queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
Alrighty, we are back. Blinds have gone up. 400 is now the small blind. 800 is now the big blind with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. Ace king for Martin. And Ulyss has ace 10. This is a cooler, folks. Wasting no time, getting it all in and call. Nearly 30 million in this pot, 28.6 to be precise. And if Martin can hold here, we will lose. Ulyss, who has been ever entertaining at this final table, does find himself all in and called and behind. Jack 4-3 is the flop, 1 heart. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Ulyss needing a 10, a jack, or a 4. But it's the 6 of diamonds. We lose. Ulyss. What a roller coaster this guy has had. Does bow out in 3rd place. Aggression got the best of him at times. He did make some interesting plays, to say the least. Provided endless amounts of action for the fans in the chat and the viewers at home. He does secure that 10k ticket for himself. And he will take home 16,000 euro cash monies for his efforts, and that means we are going heads up for the title. And these two going to face off for the title. 52% of the chips for Martin, 48% for Yannick. This could be a heads up battle. 64 bigs playing 58. Let's go. But I love that midnight blue at midnight in the background. So both players have locked up 22,700 euro playing for the title and 38,600 euro. $2 million is the raise from Martin with 9-8 of hearts. Takes it down. Yannick not entertaining, defending with 9-7 offsuit. That's a bit tight from the 9-7. neither of these players will have won. Yannick with 6k in cashes before today, and his opponent with 64. So it's a massive moment for both players. Martin raising to 2 mil with king 8 offsuit on the button. And Yannick going to call with the same hand. Jack 10-9 is the flop. Martin about 1.5 million. About 3.5 million here from Yannick on the river. Getting his opponent off the same hand. And now takes the chip lead. These two bring different skills to the table, but are evenly matched. Both playing very well. Yannick 3-betting to 5.8 million here over the raise from Martin McQueen 3. Martin will release. And if you've liked the action, guys, today, which it's been over 10 hours now, I presume you do. Whoever's still with me. Remember, we've got the Balkan Poker Circuit 500k guaranteed next weekend. Yannick betting 2.2 million here with second pair, and Martin with the top as the pairs is going to raise. Raising to 5. 5 will make you get down now. And Yannick might continue for 2.8 more. Three of clubs hits the turn, and now Martin with a flush draw. Martin betting 10 large, and Yannick now going to be forced to let his hand go. Not the turn he was looking for, although it looks like a brick. It's just heavy pressure. Very hard to make a hand heads up. But with just a 6 kicker, nice pick up there. It's a big pot. They all count at this late stage. I also want to give a big shout out to the moderators and everyone tuning in throughout the day. All the regulars and all the new faces also. If you're new to this channel on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. And if you want to find out any additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Eights for Martin, a monster. Yannick with ace jack, also a monster. You can see a lot of chips go in here. 2 million is the raise from Martin. Three bets to 6 mil. And Martin is just going to 4-bet rip for a lot of blinds. 55 big blinds effective, or 49 big blinds behind for Yannick. In general, you don't want to be 3-bet folding a hand as strong as ace jack here, heads up. But it is for chunks. We've seen it all today. But is this to be the last hand? Wow. I thought this could be a very long heads-up battle, but with 91.2 million in this pot, it's telling a different story. If Martin can hold with his pocket eights, we will have our champion. And if Yannick wins the flip here, he's going to have Martin down to 7 bigs. So a huge, huge flip here for both players involved. Queen Jack 8 is the flop. That's incredible. A set for Martin. He's looking good. Just 4% equity now for Yannick. Or it is all over. Turn is the 9. 10 now will put us straight on the board. River is the king of diamonds. And he pounds the air emphatically. Well played to Martin Kubosik. Congratulations. And commiserations to the runner-up. Massive, massive win. €22,700, but there is your champion, and he will take home €38,600. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We're back next weekend. What a day it's been. I'm going to get out of here. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.